Hands, are we the baddies?
Hello everyone, and welcome to a kind of sleepy Bob playing Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts on Legendary difficulty. This is episode 6 of Kaiser Bob, where we're going to kick them while they're down. And let's go hop on Discord here. I just woke up from my post-work nap. I had another long day today. Had an awesome day. We were going out and working with these videographer guys to go help them get a podcasting studio set up. Took a little longer than I thought. I came home really tired, so I had to go rest for a little bit before I could game. Hard to play video games when your vision's blurry from staring at too many computers, but I think that's going to be an awesome project. We're going to combine our construction knowledge and home theater and recording studio knowledge and just all the different... It's going to bring together a lot of skills that we've got. So that's going to be a fun project, and I'll update you guys as we get going on that. So, tonight... we got Germany, and we are still at war with France and Spain, and they are not doing very well. France is pretty weak, Spain's pretty weak. I can't invade any of them, I'm not sure why. I am sending dudes over here, but for some reason I do I not have enough tonnage to... maybe I can't conquest... maybe I can't do a France conquest this turn. And if I look at Spain, I've got a conquest going on here that we're doing well with. And I don't have... these guys are Philippine Sea, and I don't have enough tonnage here. And who's Korea allied with? Korea's not allied with anybody. They're just mad at me. Got my 100% army logistics, which is super important. The cheesy start really helps out. We're grabbing this and we're grabbing that. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of wreck some of these guys. And then once we deal with Philippines, then I can come down and start dealing with some of this stuff. Or Philippines. Once I finish dealing with Korea, then I can come down and deal with some of that stuff. So... looking at finances, our transports are kind of hurting a little bit. We don't... if this number right here gets below 100%, I'm gonna have a lot of problems. So we gotta keep those transports protected. That's our main concern. Britain does not like... basically everybody doesn't like us, so we're gonna be doing everything we can to not go to war with people until we kind of finish these guys off and build up our transports. We're building some ships. 5 more turns on these Guardians, and 3 more turns on the other. So we're going to be getting... Now, these ships are going to be basically intended to mess up the Brits. I don't like these battleships that much, but they're what I got. So... and I've got these guys in the North Sea. I'm going to change these guys to sea control. In fact, all of these guys should be... Let's just set everybody to... Actually, we won't leave the submarine, or leave those guys. The torpedo boats doesn't invade. But... So I'll have all of you guys going all the way down to here. Let's make sure you're on sea control. Alright. It's going to hurt me a little bit more in the pocketbook. Not much. Not much. Alright, so as far as politics goes, we really don't want the Soviet Union to get mad at us, because that's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. And they've got... I mean, they've got a garbage army logistics, but I really don't want to... They're going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. So, we want to improve relations with them if we can this turn. Let's go double check our conquests. He'll be there soon. That's going well. That's going well. That's going well. I mean, I could send some of these guys south probably. That's going well in Puerto Rico. That's going well there. That's going well there. So I could actually send... So this is East Asia. So I don't need all 100,000 tons here. I could send... I mean, the Holy Assault ships kind of want to live together, but I could send a few of you guys down to East Asia. And I could put some in the Philippine Sea, and I could start taking some of the stuff over. And that might be the best, because I only need 45,000 tons here. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to put... That's also East Asia. Alright, so we're going to put... You guys are going to go there. And you guys are going to go there. And that leaves me 58,000 tons to finish this off. And I can bring them back if I have to. As far as chasing stuff around, I have to get... Oh, I need something... Well, that's probably going to be the last guy that we take out. So we'll leave him alone. We're getting this. I don't see a lot of French ships. We got a Canadian problem, but I've got all of this ready to go. I'm sending ships up. So I'm going to start just nuking Canada. If I can. We do not want to go to war with the Brits, because that would be stupid. We already have enough fighting going on. And I could try to take out the Canadian fleet. I mean, it's probably not the best idea. I've got a lot of Holy 2.9s. I could wreck a lot of stuff. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's necessary. On the other hand, it might lower their army logistics, but that's a lot of... That's a lot of ships. Alright, so... maybe we can whittle them down a little bit. I don't know how late I'm going to play tonight, because I do have to work tomorrow. Not like super early, but not late either. And I am a little bit worn out for today, so we'll probably play for a few hours, then I'm going to go to bed. That's my plan. So, what I want to do, if I can, is I want to form you guys like that. And these guys will have a reasonable range. Alright, so we want to turn very sharply. And this ship here, this is based off of a French hull, I think. It's got good armor, Mark 1 guns. I mean, it doesn't suck. It kind of sucks. I don't know why they have this thing in the center there. That's kind of shit, actually. All right, it kind of sucks, but it's got a lot of... It's got kind of a lot of big guns. These guys are reasonably agile for their size. Oh, he hit something. Now these light cruisers are 20 knots. They're pretty quick. Their armor's pretty good. Mark 1 guns. They're 3-mast cruisers. These are okay. These are actually pretty nice. Look at those guns just crammed up there in the front. That's got to be a shit firing angle for this thing. But whatever. Alright, not my problem. We're going to sink it. Alright, so what I want to do, and these 9-inch guns have a range of 12 kilometers basically, is I want to aim for this guy right there. And these cruisers have kind of garbage armor. And the secondary guns, these don't have near the range. So secondary's on you, and Primaries on you. I'm going to end up closer than I really want to be. And those torpedo boats are kind of scattered around a little bit, aren't they? Let's get... No, don't turn, you idiot. What are you, a destroyer captain? Don't turn. There we go. Alright, so... Now, how do I want to do... I could turn around, and I probably want to keep my distance from this battleship, which is slow. He's got some big guns that'll hurt. So I think we're going to... Oh, fuck. That's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, we're going to turn like that. And... I'll try and do that. We're going to try and maneuver.
I see you're facing your usual dilemma there. Crap load of light cruisers and torpedo boats.
Yeah, well, this battleship got a lucky hit and knocked out an engine, so now I'm circling around to try and cover this guy with the rest of my fleet, because this exposes everybody else. Let's see, who do we want to target with this? I want to target these two ships that are close. And you with the secondaries. I don't like how much this guy is getting the shit shot out of him. I may have to redo this battle. I mean, that was partly me just being lazy. I mean, he got just fucked. This guy got so fucked hard. Oh my god. I'm really upset about that. So I wasn't planning on taking on the whole fucking Canadian fleet.
Who were the Canadians buying their ships from?
From the French. Fuck me. This guy just got nailed also. I shouldn't be... I should have just run away instead of trying to take out a few of them. But now that I have some ships with damage engines, now I'm stuck having to actually, actually having to fight. Let's go circle you guys around. We're just going to keep doing a series of drive-bys. We're gonna go more that way. And now another one of them's fucking flooding. Yeah, I should have just had them all. I probably need to redo this battle. Because I can't get away because they keep getting fucked up before I can get away. And I shouldn't have moved in to engage. I should have run away first instead of being lazy and just doing a single battle line and zigzagging back and forth. That was just me being stupid and sloppy. Because I don't even give a shit about the Canadians that much. I just wanted to get some easy kills to level up my ships. And now I'm going to pay a stupid price for it, so...
I guess you maybe should have expected the Canadians would be doing war crimes as usual.
Well, no, this is a fair fight, which is... Yeah, alright, fuck this. Alright, so... No, we're not going to leave the battle. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. No. We're going to redo this thing, and I'm just going to run away proper instead of being a lazy, stupid idiot about it. Yeah, that was just fucking dumb of me. No, I'm exhausted. I had this really cool meeting where we were meeting up with some guys I know who do a bunch of like professional videographers and podcasts and stuff. They want to build a new studio and they need a bunch of construction work done. And so I get to combine my architectural knowledge, which I never get to use professionally that much recently, with all the tech stuff. And we're going to set up, we're going to basically build them a studio. They've got basically a tool shed in the backyard that we're going to convert into a professional studio. And, these guys are, pretty well connected, so they want to be able to invite, important people out there. And, so we're going to try and get things set up nicely for them. I was hoping to get a few kills and start whittling down the Canadian fleet a little bit to try and mess with their logistics. Now, because if Canada runs out of ports, do they keep their army logistics because they don't have any ships, or?
Well, I've seen it before, other people playing that, even Canada lose all their ports if they still got the center provinces. They still have an army that they can use to invade with.
Yeah, and then they just never give up, and so I don't know how to actually stop the Canadians permanently. So I kind of have an incentive to kill their fleet. Before I take everything. Oh, motherfucker. God damn it. I don't want you all grouping. Fuck. Yeah, so one of the things I really hate about this game is once things partially group up, you've got to group them all the fuck up together again just to detach it, and I think that's really stupid. There's a bunch of really, like, dumb UI choices in this game where it wouldn't have taken much more to clean it up. You know, where you should be able to expand or close each individual card or each individual stack, and it shouldn't close all the others if you open one stack. You should be able to open all of them and close all of them individually, because otherwise it's just fucking stupid. I was actually watching a video. Black Pants Legion posted a video basically talking about dead video games, how you know, companies will just kill a video game when it's no longer profitable and not leave any means for the users to do anything about it, even though they purchased the game.
Yeah, I just not too long before I came on, I noticed that.
Yeah, now it's talking about where they shut down. It's talking about more where they're shutting down the servers, but it's still a valid, concern. Let's go try and group these guys together. Because what I'm hoping to do is I want the battleship to see me and then have them, like, send their torpedo boats to get me so I can go get a few easy kills without me being a dumbass and running into the whole enemy line. Actually, what I ought to do, since I've got 9 of these, I ought to break these up into 3 groups of 3.
Yeah, because I've seen you try forming them into a long line. You know, even if you start out well away from them, by the time the tail end Charlie comes around to the same position, or close enough to where they're chewing up the guy at the end there.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that. It's just if you take one lucky hit from a and that damages an engine, now you're suddenly fucked. And these guys have good enough armor. They shouldn't be getting random engine hits from a light cruiser.
Too, if you got 3 separate groups like that, if you can get them roughly even sailing parallel course, you're able to concentrate a heck of a lot more firepower.
Yeah. Well, I just don't want this to be a pain in the ass to control, because I'm tired and I'm lazy, and that's really... I almost didn't log on tonight because I'm just so damn tired. But I don't really want to not have fun just because I had to work all day.
Yeah, I went back and watched your U.S. campaign video from like their early in the wee hours of the morning there.
Oh yeah, I ended up starting over because I got too badly fucked. Now you guys, I don't know if I ought to. I think I ought to have you guys all. I think I need to start just running you guys. Kind of away.
had to kind of go to bed a little bit early last
Fucking
night.
fuck. See, like right there, just gotta... Where the fuck did that hit me? So it says that I lost a bunch of shit, but it didn't say what the fuck hit me. It says here's my secondary gun got destroyed, but there's no hit. There's no fucking hit registered. Unless it's this right. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the torpedo boat's 4-inch gun hit a secondary gun, over penetrated and damaged my engine too. That doesn't work. How the fuck does getting hit in my 2-inch gun take out my goddamn engine? That doesn't happen. That absolutely the fuck doesn't happen. My engines aren't even back there. The engines are right over the fuck here. So how does getting hit by a torpedo boat in my 2-inch gun that doesn't cause an ammo explosion, that does an over penetration because the 2-inch guns aren't armored, so how does that...
Is that a 2-inch casement gun?
Where the fuck is it? It's I don't have any casemate guns there. It's this gun right here that got hit. The one that's on. It didn't even destroy the gun. It says it hit my secondary gun over penetration, doing nearly 700 damage. I don't think it took out. No, it took out the gun. Yeah, so it's this secondary gun here. My engines are all the way up here. So there's nowhere near my engines. So it takes out the gun, causes flooding. It didn't hit it from the top or anything. It just hit the gun. I mean, that's kind of a load of bullshit. That's a load of bullshit. So we're not going to do this fight. I mean, fuck that. And that's... You know, I'm not going to try and snipe a couple of kills off of a fight where a shot to my secondary 2-inch gun is going to blow up my goddamn engine. That's stupid. So I'm just going to have everybody run away, and we're just not going to try and cheese this. Hey, Lieb.
That may be yet another penetration bug. I know on Brother Monroe's Discord, some of them have been saying is that, like, if you had, like, casement guns, they're saying, how in the hell is a 4-inch gun from a torpedo boat penetrating my main belt?
Yeah.
And basically the way they had it set up was, if you had a casement gun with, say, like, only, like, about 4 inches of armor on it, the way the game was coded, they counted that casement gun as being part of the main belt.
Well, I mean, if the casemate is somewhere near the belt, I can kind of understand that, maybe. But it shot a secondary gun that's nowhere near my engines, and here's the way I view it. I don't mind that the game is buggy as shit. I like the game. I'm going to keep playing the game. I really love this game. However, if something retarded happens, I am going to fucking quit the battle and redo it. Because, you know, there's a difference between, like, oh, it's legendary difficulty, so the enemy has a bunch of extra ships and economics, and my transports get raped all the time, and the game's unfair. I'll take it. But something completely, totally bullshit, I'm just not going to stand for. And I'll just redo the game. And if that means that I have to not do this fight, and I just have to run away like a little French bitch, then that's fine. You know, I'll run away from the fight, and whatever. You know, I'll go win it on strategy in the long run. But I'm not going to have a torpedo boat hit a secondary gun that's nowhere near the engine and blow out my engine. That's fucking dumb. Now, if it caused like an ammo explosion, okay, that I could kind of see. These guys don't have any barbettes. They're 2-inch guns. I understand, right? But there's no way that happened. I just refuse that.
There a few weeks ago, even Brother Monroe got on there and said that he dealt personally with lead dev that Nick Thomas or whoever,
right?
The guy that compiled Darth mod or whatever for like Warcraft whatever game, and way he put it diplomatically said he tended to get, shall we say, very defensive about even constructive criticism, and that he lost count of how many times him or some of the people on his Discord had pointed out a bug with the game, and he would just come back with, "No, that's not bugged. You're lying."
I mean, I would think that if somebody pointed out a bug, that they would want to fix it to make the game better. It kind of makes me wonder if this was always just a money grab. But...
Or as talked to some other people, said basically this was like basically a side project, a pet project by just 3 or 4 of the devs in particular, including like that Nick Thomas, and that's why it was so long or after it initially came out that hardly anything was getting done on it, and basically they didn't want to have to spend any more time than they were working on it there.
Well, I mean,
because
just open up the code. I know they're not going to, but it feels like ever since that game got bought out by the little Swedish cell phone company, or the pay-to-win company, or whoever the fuck they are, it feels like this thing just got turned into a bitch. And
basically, after a while, after they got bought out, they came out and told them, said, you've let this game languish for like 3 or 4 years now. Said, get off your ass. Said, you've got to X amount of months to go ahead and finish this game and get it pushed out live, and then we're moving on to other projects. And basically they just acted like a bunch of 6-year-olds and just pitched a frickin' tantrum.
Now what I want to know is how come the Swedish cell phone company didn't forcibly take the code. I mean, not to sound like a dick or anything, but I own a tech company, and if I had some programmers quit on me and they didn't give me the source code that I paid for, their asses would be in jail.
The only thing I can figure is
the Swedish company doesn't give a shit.
They didn't give a shit about this game in particular. They just considered there's not that many people playing it. It's nowhere close to being finished. It's buggy, and it's only a single-player game to where we don't stand to make any ongoing money other than selling the game itself. So they just had no interest in keeping it and just let it drop.
Yeah. Do I want to torpedo? I really don't want to torpedo one of these. We're just gonna... Would you please keep firing at the fucking ship that you're firing at until it's fucking sunk, you dumbass?
Keep firing, you assholes.
That's right. Don't fucking change targets till the fucking main target is dead. You don't get paid for damaging ships. You get paid for sinking ships. We might not be the mustache party. We're sure as fuck, though, the German Empire. This is Imperial Germany, bitch. Actually, in 1890, was Germany still a monarchy? No. Yeah, they were, right? Yeah, so I can still have people executed And the
Yeah.
Kaiser won't care.
Yeah, they didn't cease being a monarchy till had like a revolution at the end of World War I.
Right.
So they're still a monarchy up through the greater part of 1918.
Okay. Now what I do want to do is would you please select the correct fucking transport? I want shift right click. And we're going to turn on torpedoes, and I am going to torpedo your ass. If I can get close. And we're going to sail right in here. Actually, we're going to go ahead and... Alright, please fire the motherfucking torpedo. Are you even facing the right way? You're not even facing the right way, you whore. Go fire the fucking... There you go. Good job. Thank you for firing the fucking torpedo. And it's a dud. Of course it's a dud. I mean, I guess at this point I need to go fire at the torpedo boat.
Did they happen to buy Mark 14s from the U.S. Navy?
No, I think these are not even that good. I mean, all I really care about is leveling up. Alright, so what we're going to do... I'm not hitting that guy worth a shit, because I'm just cadets. What I am going to do is I'm going to fire at you.
Yeah, that's what kind of amazes me. Even, been like a U.S. or most European companies that were fairly, heavily into gaming as their product line, even if they had no intention of doing any further work on it, the fact that those guys had worked on the source code on company time, by virtue of that, the source code would be company property. And if they tried to pull the same bull with any other company, yeah, they would have got their butts sued off.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to give these guys special leeway because of the unique situation of where the programmers are from, but I'm pretty sure they got relocated out of the war zone before any of this stuff happened.
Yeah, I did hear from various places that most of them had already been moved outside of Ukraine. I guess possibly after the Swedish company took over. They helped. Part of the deal, I guess, for buying them off was getting them a ticket out of Ukraine before they got a visit from some very ill-tempered men.
Yeah,
driving a transit van.
Yeah, well, because most of the Ukrainian programmers that I've worked with in the past all relocated to Poland. I think it is time for me to peace out. I've sunk a couple transports, and I am just going to... I mean, I could keep dicking around and trying to hit that guy, but I think I just need to leave at this point, because I took a hit. I didn't lose any body, though. Yeah, I'm kind of worried because I heard that Russia started bombing the shit out of Dnipropetrovsk, or I guess they call it Dnieper now. Where a lot of my friends used to live. But like I said, most of them are all gone. They're either in Poland now or Some of them are down in Austin. But everybody got the fuck out when they could. Anybody who could get the fuck out got the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, can't say I'm surprised, considering that the logical thing for the Russians to do is, considering most of the ethnic Russians that they're concerned about are east of the Dnieper River, and that would be a natural boundary that would make sense to where they would end up taking territory to.
Yeah, well, and Dnipropetrovsk is the major logistics hub of that region, and so there's probably a lot of stuff stockpiled there, would be my guess. I got 3 ships, so I've definitely got my 25 experience. Alright. So I can understand how this company, or how this game would be dead, but... And the problem is, if they didn't turn over the source code, even if somebody... Let's say I bought the company, you know, and I sued the fuck out of the guy to get the source code, it wouldn't be practical. There's no way you could find it. It'd be easier just to rewrite the game, because I'm sure that the models are, you know, the models are all available, and the models are the time-consuming part, and you could just build a new game engine, probably. You know, it would be... I'd have to kind of figure out how the models, or how the different pieces are put together to determine what gets hit where. What are you doing, tiny dog? You, like, come up to me, and then every time I try to pet you, you run back to your bed. And then when I look away, all I see is a tail wagging, and then you come up to me again. And then once I start to pet you, you're like, I'm not going to go sit on the floor with you. I'm playing a video game. You can sit next to me and I'll pet you. But I'm not going to where you're at.
Yeah, I think the intention they had to do was, like I said, you know, the ones that were interested in basically in making a naval type game, they were looking basically to make a different version of, like, Rule of the Waves. You know, something that was, you know, more enjoyable to look at and, you know, easier to play than what Rule of the Waves is. In other words,
well, because what makes this game really cool is the fact that you can super heavily customize your ships.
Yeah, customize your ship. Well, you can do the same in, like, Rule of the Waves 3, but it's like you said, they wanted something that was less of a simulation and less of a Excel spreadsheet extravaganza, and actually had some decent graphics to go along.
Yeah,
along with it.
Well, it's not overly complicated to build out the ships.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, this is why I'm gonna bitch and complain about it being buggy. I'm not gonna stop playing because it's buggy. But if a battle starts being all bullshit, then I'm just gonna go quit and relaunch, because half the time that fixes it. And if I have to just abandon the battle and run away from it instead, then so be it. What's interesting is when you're fighting the minor nations, they have all of their entire fleet attacks you all at once, and you don't get to see them on the map usually, and it's just sort of an instant suck fest, and you've got to be able to overwhelm. Now, on the other hand, it's a minor nation, so you're not expecting them to have a huge fleet,
or one that's that up to date, unless it's very early in the campaign there.
Yeah. Ouch.
I won't. Yeah, looking at where you restarted the U.S. campaign there yesterday morning. Looking at one assault battleship you built, I was wondering. Oh, I bet Turpitz is pulling his hair out over this one.
Oh, because I got the little super firing barbette thing to work on the battle. I was so proud of myself for getting that up there.
Yeah, just the one main gun turret, and then the rest is like 2.9s, and I was like, I know.
On the refit I put some
nuts.
on the refit I put some 5-inch, or 5.9s.
Yeah, 5.5s, I think.
5.5s on the light cruiser. I did 5.9s on the battleships when I refitted them.
Yeah.
But I might have done that after I stopped the stream. And I went back to my traditional light cruiser rather than the 3-mast heavy cruiser.
Oh,
For the
semi-armored cruiser. There.
Yeah, I love those things so much. Oh, hey, hello, Canada. Sure, I will invade you. You better... There. Alright, what the fuck? What the fuck? You're having me invade the place that I was already fucking goddamn invading. You stupid motherfucker. God damn it. So now I've got to save it and quit the game and restart it just so the fucking invasions will actually register, you dumb son of a bitch. Now this part, I don't see why they couldn't fucking fix this part, because that's super fucking annoying. Because I can't just go back and to that previous turn and have it respawn, and all I can do is save it and reload it and then hope that it unbugs the conquest for the next time. But holy crap. I just need to get rich and make my own fucking video game. And then I'm sure it'll end up being full of bugs and I'll bitch at myself and I won't have the staff to do it right. Motherfucker. Alright, fine. Alright, so what... Because this is a French invasion turn, I think, right? Yeah, I can invade France, I can invade Spain, and I want to fuck Canada. So let's... Oh my fucking god, Canada's not allied with goddamn France anymore. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
I saw that notification pop up there just a couple of minutes ago before you...
Oh my fucking god, you fucking prostitutes. Holy fucking shit. Alright, fine, whatever. I'm just gonna leave my battleship sitting off your coast. Because screw you guys. Alright, so let's go find something else to invade. So I might as well invade Spain and just get them knocked out. So we need to get southern Philippines, or... Do I not have anybody in the Philippine... Oh my god, I don't have enough tonnage. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? I don't have enough tonnage? Holy fucking shit. How are you not enough God damn it. Alright, fine. I guess we'll just get fucking Formosa. There's no point in...
which you can also at the same time do Pengu there.
Yeah, I'm gonna send this asshole over here to get, since he's not capturing the fucking Philippine Sea. Since there's not enough tonnage, I guess I'm gonna send you over here, and you can go do your fucking job there instead. And at least we're conquering Korea. Of course, I think Korea's going to counterattack, and we're going to have to fuck around with them. And so this is one of the reasons why I just want to wipe out the minor nations before I really focus on the major stuff, because these guys are real
dicks.
Well, here's the thing. I don't mind if the enemy is a dick. I respect them for being a dick. However, if somebody punches me, I want to be able to kick him in the balls. I don't want to just have to stand there like it's middle school. The bully hit me, teacher. Well, fighting is wrong, so you have to just stand there and take it. No, I mean, said no middle schooler ever. No, if somebody smacks me, I'm going to fucking kick him in the balls. And I was at a Boy Scout thing, and this little shit picked a fight with me, and I, I was a wrestler, so and he was a scrawny person, and so I body slammed him to the ground, and then I kicked him in the nuts while he was down, and the scoutmaster, rightfully so, or the assistant scoutmaster, rightfully so, got mad at me for kicking somebody while they were down. And I think I just finished reading Ender's Game, and I told him I just wanted to make sure this guy never thought to pick a fight with anybody again. And you know what he never did? He never picked a fight with me or anybody else again. Yep. But it was a really confusing day, because I'm not used to somebody smaller than me, trying to pick a fight. I mean, he was taller than I am, so maybe he didn't understand mass. But it was a very confusing day for me. Alright, so I'm just going to sit off the coast, and I'm just going to try and fuck these people. I was so looking forward to invading Canada. Partly because they're really annoying, and also partly because I could have teased Vorgath about it. Well, I'm playing a bad guy campaign. If I'm going to be the bad guy, I'm going to be the fucking bad guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling that was part of the reason behind it.
I was playing Neverwinter Nights once, the old video game, and we were doing a LAN party, and I was playing this rogue, and one of the guys was this paladin. I kept on disarming the traps, but I'd lie, and then I'd set the trap instead of disarming, and the paladin would get exploded and killed. And he kept on complaining to me about it. And I'm like, what part of chaotic evil do you not understand? So no, I want to really screw up the minor nations, because I don't want them nipping at me while I'm busy doing other things. Or, if Canada attacks me, I want to be able to fucking attack them back. No, I don't want to go to war with Britain. Quit asking me that. I already told you guys no. I want to finish off France and Spain first.
Yeah, I can understand that, what you're saying about Canada. It's like when in grade school at the playground, this one kid runs up and just sucker punches you in the face, and then instantly turns around and goes running back to hide under the teacher's skirts.
Yeah. You know, and if you're going to pick a fight, at least be man enough to face the consequences. And I'm not saying I've never picked a fight with a bigger guy. You know, when I was in 6th grade on the wrestling team, one of the seniors was huge. And I would always try to sneak up and try and throw him. He'd pick me up with one arm, and I'd have my arms and legs wrapped around his arm, and he'd just start, like, doing curls with me. Because, you know, I was, like, 110 pounds, and he was, like, 250. I don't think I was even 110 pounds. I was probably, like, 90 pounds in 6th grade. Something interesting I learned when I was checking out some of the upgrades on the ships, the single-barreled guns have a short, the single-barreled turrets have a shorter range because of the shorter barrel length, but have twice the rate of fire as the double-barreled guns on the 2.9s. That was impressive that he punched through my funnel. I got 4.6 inches of armor on the funnel. What did you hit me with that got through my funnel? Okay, that was a 7.7 inch gun. What's your penetration on that? Yeah, that's like 10 inches of armor. So, see, that makes sense. Alright, you know, you penetrated my funnel. Damage it a little bit. Yeah, so having these short-barreled 2.9s really seems to do a lot of... I mean, they fire just so fast, but the short range is the problem. There we go, there's something.
Yeah, I had to go to bed a little bit early last night anyway. Back Saturday morning, yeah, my sister sprained her ankle very badly to where she couldn't even walk.
Did she trip over the groundhog?
Well, no, apparently she did it inside, but from what she was describing to me when I got to talk with her back on Monday, said basically she sprained it so bad, she literally had to crawl
Oh, that kind of
in her living
sucks.
room into the bedroom to wake up her husband.
That really kind of sucks.
Yeah, to where basically he, took a day off of work, like back on Tuesday. He to take her to the. Well, no, wait a minute. It was on Monday. He took a day off work to take her to the hospital, but the doctor checked it out. She was scared to death. She had torn a ligament in there, but it turned out to just be a bad sprain, very bad sprain, to where got a boot on her one foot, and she's managed to come out today to where she was able to start getting around some, and she was still on crutches getting around.
I learned something really interesting today. Speaking of messing up your legs, there's this Viking guy, Norwegian guy that I watch, Bjorn something or other, and he was doing a video on why medieval people, why it was so common for people to use walking sticks back in the day, and apparently there's some documentation that since they didn't have modern medical technology, if you fucked up your leg, you could basically be just dead, out in the woods or whatever, and so people would commonly walk with walking sticks to test the ground because they didn't have as good shoes as we have, and they didn't want to take any chances on slipping and breaking a leg or stepping on uneven ground and hurting themselves and being stuck out in the wood, or hurting themselves, getting infected and then dying. And I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah. So after yesterday her husband had to go back to work and like that, so I called her up. Morning, told her, said, hey, said if you need anything, said you're to where you're not able to get something done or like that, or need somebody to go pick up groceries for you or something like that, come out and help. Said I'll have my cell phone on and have it with me. Said just give me a call and I'll come out and help.
Right on. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. Which, though, this morning I get up and my mother said, well, I guess she's feeling better because she actually managed to get out of the. Mother was looking out the window, which their trailer is like literally a stone's throw away from our house.
Right.
Out the driveway, and said, yes, saw her come out the door, managed to get down the steps and got in her car and went up the road to go take care of whatever business she was doing. Says, oh, okay, so.
Sprains can heal pretty quick sometimes.
Yeah. Which I know.
Korea signed an alliance with France. Get fucked, Korea.
Oh boy. Because I sprained my ankles a few times in high school and like that, and I think it's been like about 7 years ago, about a year or so before I finally retired for good and retired from Freightliner as well.
Oh shit, Eastern India got conquered by Persia?
Yeah. Somehow or another, I dislocated one of the small bones in my right foot. Like when I was in there, because I was having to do something, reaching up, work on where they had like this overhead cab line for the cabs that were sitting on the trucks, to where they'd have them suspended up in the air, like on, moving assembly way, to where we'd finish installing all the stuff that went on the underside of the cab before they took them across and actually set them on the truck.
Yeah.
And some of them having to reach up high enough to where I was having to stand up on the balls of my feet. And I guess toward the end of the day, I did something that dislocated small bones in my foot, to where it started pinching a nerve. Because when I got home that night and took off my work boots, and then I tried to walk my bare feet, it was like, oh no, that ain't happening. I mean, the pain was so sharp, it made me start graying out.
Oh, wow.
It made me nauseous to my stomach to where that whole weekend, the way I got from the bed to the bathroom was to throw a pillow on the floor and then flop myself out of bed and sit on my butt on that pillow and then use my hands to scoot along the floor to get to the freaking bathroom.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was that sharp a pain. But what unintentionally did was I didn't have nothing else at the time. And I sure as hell wasn't going to be able to walk to get to see a doctor or something like that. So
Yeah.
I just took like an ace bandage I had and wrapped it around my foot, you know, to give it some protection and also to kind of immobilize it.
Yeah.
And what the doctor told me later on, he said, unintentionally, you did the right thing, because when you did that and then went to sleep at night where you had a chance to rest, said when the swelling went down, said that ace bandage forced that bone back in the proper position there.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Where come Monday when I was finally able to go see the doctor, I was actually able, you know, it still was plenty tender, and I had to use a walking stick to get up there to see the doctor, but x-rayed it, said no, there's nothing broken. And he looked at it and he said, only thing I can figure, said you dislocated something or sprained something, and wrapping up that ace bandage forced it back together.
That is quite fortunate.
Yeah.
I'll be ships ready soon. That'll be nice.
But the funny part was when I went back to work like a couple days later, went in there to see, like, having explained all the nurses, and had me go see like the physical therapist to so I could explain to him what happened. Told him at the time, said, really didn't have any idea what happened, and he was checking me out, taking a look at it. He had the same theory. He said, you just dislocated something and you wrapping that bandage on it, put it back into place.
Right
and he
on.
was having me do the thing like, doing squats and doing this kind of, movements or all like that to see, stand up on the balls of my feet and bend over and try to touch the floor and all like that.
Hey, do me a favor. Give me a minute. I need to go and run to the little orcs room real quick, and
Okay.
I will be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm back. So did your foot heal up properly, or?
Yeah, it healed up properly. But what was hilarious was when I was in there going through, doing all those movements and like exercises that physical therapist had me do to check out what was going on, and try to get an idea of what had happened to it.
Right.
After he got done doing with that, he said the thing about, wrapping the bandage on it probably forced everything back into place overnight. But then he kind of looked at me and he said, "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" I said, "No, go ahead." He said, "How old are you?" And at the time, I think I was like 58, 59.
Right.
And I told him that, and he said, "I can't frickin' believe that." He said, "I've got 20-somethings coming in here that don't even have half the flexibility and mobility that you do." He said, "Hell, I'm the physical therapist, and I don't have as much flexibility as you do."
Well, I guess you did okay.
Yeah, I guess I got to him. I said, I had been in the military for quite a few years, and you had to keep up on physical fitness to pass the every 6-month test, and they worked the hell out of us and had to do quite a lot of physical work as well. Plus, I reckon I just got a good set of genes,
Yeah, this is what.
Go ahead.
Real quick, this is what I built the ship into. I guess it'll take a little while for YouTube to catch up. This is where I replaced the center line guns with some 5.9s. Although I may end up replacing them with some 7-inchers. Anyway, keep going.
No, that was it. He was just amazed because, the one thing he had me do is the thing where you're supposed to keep your legs straight and then bend over at the waist and try to use your fingertips to touch the floor.
Yeah.
Well, the way I am, I'm able to fold my fingers back and actually put my knuckles on the floor.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and he was just looking at me I think he was almost tempted to say, "Are you human?"
So Denmark really does not want me to invade them. So I guess I'm just going to keep that guy there. Let me grab something real quick. And I'm going to turn off the air conditioner. It's a little cold. Hold on. I'm back. I've got pretty good genes, but my knees and ankles suck. So I'm always hurting them. So I've got to be kind of careful. And I am not super flexible.
Yeah, in my case, if I had to say anything was really a weak point, it'd be my ankles, cause I lost count of how many times ended up maybe spraining them, back in grade school and high school there.
Yeah. Just
stepped the wrong way and ouch.
I would really like to get this Harvey armor, but I'm not going to wait that long for it. Alright, I guess I'm just going to toss in more.
Good evening, Bob and Miss.
Hey JP, how are you doing? I had the damnedest thing happen. A torpedo boat shot one of my 2.9 turrets with its 4-inch gun, overpenned the 2.9, and somehow managed to take out my engines, even though the engines are nowhere near the back 2.9 turret.
Magical.
So I said a lot of naughty words, and then I restarted the battle and just ran away because fuck the Canadians. But yeah, it was a magical experience. And then, of course, the Canadians then broke their alliance with France, and now I can't invade them. And I'm sad. Mostly grumpy, but I'm also sad.
As you normally say, vegetables and sadness.
Vegetables and sadness. I need to call Lindsay and see how she's doing. I haven't checked on her today. But it's already midnight, so she's probably asleep. I have a... I need to call and tell her about this cool project that I'm going to get. Some friends of mine do podcasts, and they're videographers. They've done... No, we're not going to threaten the Soviet Union. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you insane? When has it ever ended up well for Germany to go to war with the Soviet Union? It has never in history gone well.
Apparently, some of their politicians of the current day have forgotten that little lesson.
Oh my fucking god. It is so fun. It's like, oh, we're dependent on Russia for all of our natural gas. Let's go to war with them. How could that possibly end up badly?
Then, oh yeah, another brilliant idea. Let's buy liquefied natural gas from the United States at 7 times the cost.
You know, I have a feeling that the reason Joe Biden blew up the Nord Stream, or had the whoever it was blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, was just so we could sell natural gas to Germany. And
you are not the only one that's.
although I'm not sure that he's smart enough to have come up with that, so it's probably like the CIA or somebody.
Yeah, whatever type of cabal was running things while he was sitting there.
What if Trump did it? What if Trump had his people do it? Because Biden was in office, so Biden could be blamed. Because Trump knows a good business deal when he sees one.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that actually happened.
No, because
the CIA wouldn't have listened to Trump.
Oh no! And besides that, if he had anything even remotely to do with it, and they had found out about it, oh my!
They would have fucked his ear so hard.
That we would still be hearing about it to this day.
Yeah. All right, so let's go take out this torpedo boat. If we can find it.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised instead of calling him Brandon, they haven't started calling Biden Autopan Joe.
Well, Joe wasn't the one using the autopen. It was like Elizabeth Warren or some shit, or Jill Biden. It was anybody but Joe using the autopen.
Exactly.
Strom Thurmond 2.0.
Oh my god. Oh, speaking of like shitty politicians. So the Senate somehow managed to fuck up the getting rid of the NFA, which I'm, personally deeply offended by, because I would much rather have a suppressor than have to wear ear protection every time I go to the range. Not that I own any guns, of course, because guns are bad, and I don't want YouTube to ban me. But when I used to own guns before I lost them in a tragic boating accident, it would have been really nice to not have to wear ear protection because by having suppressors on the guns.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, of course, yeah. And then apparently the parliamentarian who's not an elected position, like Harry Reid appointed her back in the day, and inserted a deal to basically fuck over any sort of gaming or sports in the bill. Did you hear about that?
No.
All right, so let's say you go to a casino and you're playing poker, and you win $1, you lose $1, you win $1, you lose $1, and you play 1,000,000 hands, over the course of the year, and you break even. You make no money at all. You still have to pay taxes on 10% of the money that you won, because you can't write off all the times that you lost. Which, okay, it's poker, it's gambling, who cares that much, right? Let's say you're in a fishing tournament, and so she changed some wording from like gambling to wager or something like that. So like if you're in a fishing tournament and you have to pay an entry fee to the fishing tournament, you're only allowed to write off 90% of the fees to get into the fishing tournament or the baseball tournament or the casual sports or whatever. And the way that they worded it, Tim Pool did a really big brouhaha about it this morning, to where basically you could break even doing any of these competitive sport type things that the law basically considers the same as gambling. So anything that pays out based on a prize money is considered essentially gambling, and you have to pay taxes on the winnings even if you lost as much money as you won. And they're basically just putting in this poison pill to sort of fuck everybody. And the Republicans, of course, don't have, whoever the head of the Senate is, I can't remember that dipshit's name, doesn't have the balls to just fire the parliamentarian.
Cornyn?
Whoever the fuck he is, I don't know, he's some dipshit. And be like, no, we're not going to do this bullshit. We're going to repeal the NFA, and we're going to, here you go, fuck you, Korea. Fuck you, Korea. We're going to invade your ass because we're the baddies. And I am spicy tonight. 50,000 tons, huh?
Yeah. The one thing I did hear about, where the parliamentarian pulled the BS of changing the vote requirement.
Yeah.
At the last minute, to where they eliminated the provision for taking shall we say, undocumented immigrants off of Medicaid.
Oh yeah, fuck all those people. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I know lots of illegals who are great people. Not so much right now, but like when I was in New York, I knew some people who weren't really supposed to be there, and they're really great people. And I've known some very nice Mexicans in Texas who I don't know if they've achieved legal status yet or not, but they were very cool people, hardworking, paid into the system, busted their ass. I would rather have them here than half the Americans I know. But there's a lot of dumb motherfuckers who need to be tossed, and here's my biggest gripe. So, like, when I was trying to get a visa for my friend in Greece to come work for me, I had to bust my ass and spend lots of money, and I couldn't get her a visa, even though she helped develop the software program that's like the main program for that my business offers. So even though she was one of the key developers, I couldn't get her a visa to come into the country to work here, right? I had to, she had to only have she had to basically work remotely from Greece. Super inconvenient. But all these big tech motherfuckers can bring in 500,000 goddamn Indians who will work for half the price of an American, even though the law says that to get an H-1B visa, you have to pay them competitive wages. You can't get them to work for less, right? So you have all these big Silicon Valley motherfuckers getting all these Indians and Chinese people, coming in who are willing to work for half of what an American will, driving down the wages, right? Or, I can't bring any of my friends from Russia or Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Romania, any of these places, right? I can't get any of them even a goddamn tourist visa to come fucking visit. And this is going to sound really, really petty, and I'm a petty asshole. Until I can get a legitimate visa for my Eastern European friends who are not terrorists, who are like honest Christian people, until I can bring them over legally, fuck all the illegals. I don't give a shit if they're nice people or not. Fuck all of them. And the reason is that I work my ass off. I pay my taxes. I do everything right. And if I can't bring one of my friends over to even visit for fucking Christmas, then fuck all the people running across the border. I know that most of them are probably nice, Hold on, what so they're paying the H-1B visas more than you? Really? What the fuck? And so like the whole H-1B visa thing, yeah, it helps Google. Although my friend who used to work for Google said all the foreigners working there were shit programmers, but it's driving down the wages. So the reason I don't have an office in New York City, even though I've got an apartment there, the reason my business is in Oklahoma was I couldn't compete against some Chinese illegal working for, 20% of what I was doing. We were doing stuff for like $100 an hour back then, and they do the same thing for $20 an hour because they're living 30 people to an apartment, cash under the table. So, and I'm not saying these aren't bad, these aren't good people. A lot of these are great people, but the fat cats running the show are getting rich while, fucking the rest of us. And
they're screwing over the people they bring over on the H-1Bs, plus they're screwing over everybody.
Well, because if the people aren't
as well.
Right, because if the people aren't subservient, let's go get Pengu also. If the foreigners are subservient, they're willing to do illegal stuff, for the company, because if they don't behave, they get their ass, sent back. And that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And
they hold that H-1B visa over their head. Said you think about leaving us and going to work for another company or looking for a job where you can make more money, we'll cancel your H-1B visa and turn you into immigration, and you'll get sent back to wherever you came from.
That's right. All right, so I need 25,000 tons in the Philippine Sea. And I only have 24,000 tons. And these torpedo boats here, though, are worth enough tonnage. So we're going to send these guys down. Oh, wait a minute. I need 24,230 tons, so I don't have enough fucking tonnage. Where are you got? Your Philippine Sea. And your Philippine Sea. Alright, so we're going to send you guys down here to the Philippine Sea. I'm going to send you like right over here. That better be the Philippine Sea. And you are in Southeast Asia, so you're going to get your ass over to the Philippine Sea. And your ass is going to get over to the Philippine Sea. And I don't know where the hell you are. You're in Philippine Sea, so you should count. So that should get me enough tonnage in the Philippine Sea that I can invade. So no, I'm kind of an asshole.
Back in the 1980s, early 1980s, I worked at the Thoroughbred Racetrack in Arizona.
Right.
And there were a large number of Mexican illegals working at the racetrack taking care of horses.
Yeah.
And by and large, they did fantastic work. But the trainers, the unscrupulous ones, had a strategy and a term that they called wetbacking.
Where they basically just fucked them over.
They would hire one Mexican illegal. He would show up to work. His two cousins and three friends would also show up and work, hoping to get put on.
And then he'd never pay them because they were willing to put in some effort for free, hoping they'd get in.
Right. He would never pay any of them. And when he thought they were about ready to do the revolt or do something, he would call ICE and have them all picked up.
Yeah, I mean, fuck people like that. And look, and I don't blame the illegals for coming here. I mean, America's a great place. And, from my personal point of view, as long as you're a good person who wants to have like American values and contribute to our civilization, I want you here. And if you're a dipshit who's just going to leech off of my hard work, then get the fuck out. I don't care if they're a citizen or not. If, you know, I thought it was funny as hell when the DOJ apparently ripped a citizen off of some, British national guy who got caught doing a bunch of pedo shit. I mean, because apparently that's on the books. It's just nobody ever bitched about it before because the first time a Republican did it. But apparently Obama used to do it all the time to people. But anyway, it's like, I don't care if somebody's here legally or not if they're going to be legit. But if we're going to do this, at least, I want people to make an effort. And I don't want all these corrupt assholes benefiting off of the work of honest people. And that's what really gets me riled up. Kind of want to just take this little South Indian island just because fuck them. Yeah, we're going to go
the one thing that really gets me riled up is when some of them that are still wanting to have the border open and to just let illegals come in, and opposed to trying to send back at least, like you said, the criminal and gang elements, is come up and say, well, who's going to pick our crops? It's like said, well, why don't you just go back to what you're originally talking about? Who's going to pick the freaking cotton?
Yeah.
And when, they say that, it riles me up because, like, my parents, when, my father was born in 1937 and my mother in 1938. And when they were small, and there was still a good bit of farms around here and people growing cotton during the Depression, after school, my mother's told me this a few times, after they got done with grade school, they would go out in, like, some of the farmers where they had cotton fields, and they would be out there picking cotton till it got dark. She'd said sometimes she'd be picking cotton till her fingers bled, so they could make enough extra money so like they could buy shoes and clothes for all of them to just be able to go to school.
Oh, yeah.
And have a decent pair of shoes in the freaking winter. And so when they come up with that, well, we need to keep the illegals down in the southeastern part so they can pick the crops. I'm like, oh no, boy! You talk about getting wound up when I hear that. I'm like, you kiss.
Well, my neighbor used to pick cotton. He's a fat white guy, and he and his family used to pick cotton when they lived down south because they needed the money.
Yeah. But yeah, whenever I hear them say like, "Oh well, who's going to clean your toilet?" Oh, why don't you? I just want to scream at the damn, monitor screen. I'm like, why don't you just come out and say it? You want fucking slaves again?
Oh no, it's exactly what they want. They want fucking slaves. I mean, the Democrat Party hasn't really changed. And to be honest, the Republicans are almost as bad. They want their cheap labor too. The Democrats want their votes, Republicans want their cheap labor, and all of us get fucked.
Yeah.
And
that's why nothing's been done about it for 50 goddamn years. Both sides are making fucking bank off of it.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I'm not going to fight this. We're going to leave.
Yeah, maybe we ought to calm down a little bit before
YouTube bans us for saying too many honest things.
Exactly.
And here's the. It's like I understand people who are concerned about all the deportations going on right now. And some of it's politically motivated. Like, one of the things that's going on, and I think it's funny because it's a good strategy. Apparently, the Trump admin's focusing their deportations on Democrat states so when the Democrats pushed through to keep illegals on the census in 2020, that gave California, New York, and places like that a lot of extra congressional seats and electoral college votes. So I think what seems to be happening is I think the Trump team is trying to deport all the illegals out of California and New York while leaving them here in Oklahoma, because they want the red states to have more representation, and they could cost the Democrats like 10 seats if they get rid of the illegals in New York and California. And is it a dirty trick? Yeah. Is it bad? Yeah. Do I think it's funny? Yeah. Because, I mean, it's all the same shit that the other side would be doing, too. And, well, it looks like I gotta run these guys away. We're definitely not fighting these guys. We are going to run my ass away. No, it's a smart reason. And, because, I mean, and this is why I never got into politics. A lot of my friends in high school ended up going on. Like, one of my buddies, we weren't close, but I was really closer to his cousin. But, one of the guys that I went to school with, and he's a nice guy, he's a smart guy, he's decent. He ended up becoming one of Obama's legal advisors, And another guy that I went to school with, he was kind of he and I have some issues. His grandmother was really, really sweet, and I really like her, rest her soul. He was everything that makes Republicans look bad. But, it's just, I saw just how shitty the system was, and I don't want anything to do with it because I'm too much of an asshole. And I'd probably get myself in trouble. But, oh, hell no. Did you start me that close? Did you really fucking start me that close when I was trying to run away from you guys? Oh, hell no. Motherfucker, really? Let's go detach all of you, and we're going to run all of you away.
Yeah. I'm of the same opinion. Like, I like seeing what's looking back at me in the mirror in the morning.
Well, it's not even just that. It's just all this stuff. I mean, all these guys are corrupt motherfuckers. I mean, there's a few good ones. But a lot of these people, in order to... I was talking with my congressman once, and, and I was talking with his staff. We fixed his computers for his office and whatnot, and Tom Cole's a really cool guy. I don't agree on his politics sometimes, but, he's told me that in order to get a little bit of good done, you've got to agree to a lot of bad. And it's a really shitty job. And it's all about, choosing your priorities. And there's so much pork and waste and corruption built into the system by design. And, and he said he's got to make some awful choices because the alternative is worse, because the system kind of forces it into that kind of situation. And, the system's designed to be awful. Not the Constitution, but like the modern, about 100 years ago, during the Depression and all that stuff, a lot of bullshit got kind of snuck in, and we've just been building up bloat over time, and we're becoming more and more like Europe, and it sucks, but it's just, but it's just how it is. And, it's like that big beautiful bill that they're trying to pass through. It's just filled with all kinds of awful shit, and it's like, so in order to get border security, we've got to agree to trillions of dollars of bullshit. And it'll probably fail because enough people are going to say the price is too high. And, we've got to agree to all this institutionalized corruption just to keep the tax cuts. Which, I'm morally opposed to giving the government any more money than I have to. So whatever the minimum legal amount is that I have to give them, I'll give them, because I don't want to go to jail or get shot. But, nobody thinks the government deserves to have their money, because our government's awful. They do all kinds of corrupt, awful things. They do a few good things, but most of it's shit. But in order to get the few good things that we need, we've got to take a bunch of bullshit because of all these corrupt motherfuckers who get elected to pay off, to benefit their friends. And this is why the primaries are so important. You've got so like how the system works. If you're a rich motherfucker, you donate to some asshole on the Democrat side and you donate to some asshole on the Republican side to make sure they both win their primaries. And then whoever wins the general election doesn't matter because they're your guy. And that's how the game is played. Hell, that's what Trump used to do in New York City. He'd donate to both sides, and he'd say exactly why. And everybody, in business, I support all the local politicians because I don't want to have to deal with a bunch of bullshit with my computer store.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like way back in the day, I actually, when I was getting ready to graduate from high school, I had ideas about trying to get in the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
And I actually had...
Tiny dog, if you pull my cell phone off its charger, I'm going to beat the shit out of you and then toss you outside. Do not stick your face there. There you go. Good dog. You go back to your bed.
Yeah. But, I actually had 2 primary and 1 secondary nominations to go to the Naval Academy.
Right.
What kept me out was basically a screw up with my medical records from one hospital, my eyesight, and also that was the first year they were pushing to get women into all the service academies.
So you got diversitied.
Yeah. But as time went on, after I'd been in the Navy for a few years and saw that, the military had their own brand of politics, and you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely like that.
And I saw what a good number of the graduates of the Naval Academy turned out like. I came around to the opinion after a few years that instead of a missed opportunity, that was a very narrow escape.
Oh, you dodged a bullet, probably. Well,
yeah,
and it's like something local that happened. And I don't know if they're going to... my buddy just got elected mayor, so hopefully he'll be able to shut this bullshit down. But one of the local things... What are you doing so fucking far away? One of the local things that happened is some rich developer was buddies with some of the city council guys, and they paid some OU kids to show up and protest at the city council meeting, advocating for where the fuck are you going? You're like totally going away from all your buddies, you dumbass. So, advocating that they need some multi-purpose sports activity center over on the rich part of town that would cost like $1 billion to build. And then the city council voted on some sort of bond issue to where we would basically have to pay for it. Also, this rich motherfucker could get $1 billion land development deal. And, everybody petitioned to try and stop it because nobody fucking wanted it. And then they're like, oh, think of the old people. You're building a big sports activity center in the rich part of town where nobody, none of the poor people go. And it's already an inside deal for this dude's buddy to get the contract and make $1 billion. It's, it's all, maybe it was like $700 million. It was almost $1 billion, right? It's totally bullshit. And that's politics. And it's all about stealing other people's money. It's not about doing what's right. It's all about stealing other people's money. And the reality is, if you bribe the right people and pay off the right people, maybe you can sneak a couple of good things in. But, there's a reason we have a Second Amendment. There's a reason we haven't gone to complete shit like Europe. What are you doing, tiny dog? Hold on, I gotta let the dog out. Hold on. Alright, you're going outside. You're getting bandaged. You're
Every time Bob says the word "the system," keep hearing the Tom McDonald song "Welcome to the System" running through my head.
Yep. I guess Tiny Dog is getting banished to the doghouse.
And the thing, I'm back. And the thing is that it's been like this for all of human civilization. So it's nothing new. It's like one of my friends in New York, smart guys, like, it's the fault of the American government. It's like, no, it's not. It's not the government's fault. It's not Trump's fault. It's not Biden's fault. This is how civilization has been for, 6,000, 8,000 years of recorded history. It's just the people in charge are usually assholes because the assholes will try really hard to get in charge where everybody else is just busy living their life.
Oh, yes. I've read stories where, like, way back, thousands of years ago when the Greeks first invented, like, democracy. Yeah, they had the guys that were offering, the citizens said, hey, you elect me leader of the city-state, and I'll give each of you X number of gold coins.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about 5 seconds after elections were invented, some asshole invented election fraud.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it's...
Which that's been my motto for quite a few decades now. There will never be a perfect system government where a human's involved because there's always some asshole that wants to game the system.
Right, and so, the reason America's been so successful is we decentralized our government as much as possible, and it makes it harder. You need more people to work together to commit fraud. The reason communism always fails and fascism always fails and all that stuff, you end up with one dictator on top, is whenever you centralize power, any of these socialist type systems centralize power, and then it makes it easier for one asshole to take over. So whereas in America, you have to have a large conspiracy of people all working together to take power, and so you end up with a bunch of smaller competing interests. You have a bunch of corrupt motherfuckers fighting over stuff, and they tend to counter each other out, somewhat. What do you have? Oh, you're a piece of shit. All right, when you're low on fuel, you're so fucked. And they tend to counter each other out a bit. And nobody's really all that keen to take away too much freedom from the people because we all have lots of guns. And nobody wants the torches and pitchfork treatment. So, but, they'd take it away if they could. And so, every system's corrupt, and every system, wants to try and find a way to enslave whoever they can. I mean, the Americans originally rebelled against the British over a 3% tax on tea, and now we tend to pay between city-state, local, or, city-state, federal, and gas taxes, and utility taxes, and sales taxes, and everything taxes. We're paying, half our income in taxes usually. 30, 40, 50%. We're much more slaves now. In Egypt, ancient Egypt, you're considered a slave because you had to give 10% to the pharaoh, or the medieval serfs had to give 10% to the king, or to the lord, something like that. So we pay a lot more to the government to be their bitch than any time in history. Sure, Norway, have some torpedo boats. I got Formosa, that's nice. I do not want to sell you a guardianship. I bet I have a crew problem. I am a little bit low on crew. And I bet I need to have at least a couple people in here. And let's go and Alright, so what can we invade? We can... I guess it's not going to let me... I guess I better invade the last bit of Korea. Southeast Korea. I better grab that. Otherwise I'll regret it later. So this needs 50,000 tons. And I'm probably going to need more than that over down here. But we'll jump off that bridge when we get to it. So no, I mean, the whole system sucks, but what can you do about it? But I will say this, of all the different places I've been to, I don't know of any other country where it'd be as easy to start a business and try and make something of yourself compared to America. You know, I sure as fuck couldn't do that in Russia, that's for sure. And I couldn't do that in England either. You know, America still has at least some sort of entrepreneurial spirit left, but it's hard. So once I get these engines, then that'll be a good thing. Do I have secondary turrets for light cruisers? Secondary, yeah, we got secondary for light cruisers. I kind of want to keep building ships, but I kind of want to just keep spamming out the tech. So, I'll have the better engines in 3 turns. I probably ought to just wait for that. Although I'll have anti-flood in 5 turns. I mean, I have so much good stuff is coming. I think what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and build more of these Guardians. So I can build 90,000 tons. I'll build like 4 of them. Guardian 7. Guardian 8. Guardian 9, Guardian 10. And I'm going to put all of these guys in Helgoland. Because I'm building these things specifically to dick over the British. I'll do that. That'll be fine. I really want to go and nail Canada, but I can't. And I don't have anything over here to really dock into. I guess I could send him back to Pearl Harbor. I guess I'm at least taking that over. But no, it's the system we've got, and this is why I play, or I work my butt off to have my own business, so I don't have to work for anybody else, and I play video games because I don't want to. Sure, I'd like to make the world a better place, but I'm not going to go out there and try and change the world. I'll just do what I can to help those around me. Because, like, people trying to vie for power at the top and do a top-down fix everything, that just never ends. That never ends well. Because the system isn't really designed for that. It's too entrenched and too resilient. All you can really do is start at your local level and just help those around you and be as independent as possible. Because at some point the government's going to go bankrupt. You know, they're going to keep inflating the currency. They're going to screw everything up. That's what happened in the Roman Empire. They started mixing other metals into the silver coins and into the gold coins to deflate the currency, so to speak. And, you know, stuff like that just happens. Let's go run all of you guys away. And so you've just got to be prepared for that. You know, I don't think America's ever going to get invaded because we've got an armed population. We're a pain in the ass and unruly. You know, I don't think it's going to stop us from having all these little overseas adventures. Because people get rich off of that. All the wrong people. But, you know, you just got to take care of your local community. Take care of your friends and your family. It doesn't matter what you believe in. Just worry about those around you. And you need to learn to be independent. And do your own research thing for yourself, because most of the stuff they spoon feed you on TV is all bullshit. At least I assume it still is. I haven't watched TV in years.
I've watched TV since about 2011.
Right on. Let's go run these guys away, because I don't want to fight the whole Korean Navy. I'm just going to drop off my army, and then I'm going to fuck them up and take their shit. Because we're bad. We're the baddies. And then once there's no more Korea, then I don't have to worry about the Korean Navy anymore.
No more mass top Koreans.
That's right. Then we just have to worry about Canadian terrorists.
War crime aspirants.
That's right. At some point, Vorgat's gonna watch the stream from work and he'd be like, "Damn it, Bob!" Just remember, it's only a war crime if you lose.
Also, it's never a war crime the first time.
Well,
That's if there are any survivors to testify.
So I was watching a YouTube video about a group of, I guess you would call them the auditors. Were filming out front of a courtroom out on the house, and the sitting judge ordered the sidewalk cleared of these people. And, you know, the police came out and, you know, tried to talk these guys into leaving. And, you know, a whole bunch of stuff transpired. And the thing that struck me was the auditors, you know, kept, you know, talking to the police and saying, you guys know that this is established case law, that you cannot do this. You are literally throwing away your qualified immunity, and you know that this is an illegal order by this judge. And when this comes to the fullness of time, he's going to be in trouble, and you're going to be in trouble for enforcing it.
Yeah.
And in my head, I could literally hear the officers trying to defend themselves, saying, "I was only following orders." And I go back to the Nazi war crimes trials and how that did not work as a defense then. And I don't understand how people don't learn from history.
Are you talking like a bunch of what guys that call themselves like First Amendment auditors?
Yeah, that's. I don't know that these guys actually were, but that's the sense I got from watching the video, that they were literally there.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they were digging for a lawsuit or whether they were just trying to hold, the judge accountable. I don't know which one they.
I tell you, I've kind of paid attention to those for like about the past 5 years. 99.9% of those guys are fucking unemployed assholes.
And they're just looking for.
They're just there to try to make a viral video and try to talk the cops into doing something illegal to where they can get a lawsuit against the local government
and get a bunch of money,
go away money.
Well, that's what the Westboro Baptists do.
No, as far as clearing the sidewalk out in front of the courthouse, well, guess what? If that's on the same part of the same property the courthouse is sitting on, the judge has every right to tell them to get the hell off the property.
It wasn't. That's just it.
Well, according to what the auditor's saying, what 99, like I said, 99% of those auditors are lying assholes.
Now,
the auditors might be saying that wasn't part of the fucking property, but it might very well be the case it is.
This particular video was a reaction video to what they'd shot, and it had been. It was established by everyone. It was agreed by everyone, by both sides, that these sidewalks here are nothing more than, they're the public access area. They were not impeding. There was only like 5 or 6 of them. They were not a mob. They were not. They weren't selling anything. They were not trying to prevent anyone from going inside. They were literally just standing there because the judge said they couldn't, and because the judge had no authority to issue that order.
What about where do loitering laws apply?
Most places don't actually have loitering laws. Loitering laws, for the most part, are a myth. I tried to use loitering laws back when I worked at a movie theater and was informed by the police that loitering laws are mostly a myth. Because you can wait, you can stand in a public area or do whatever in a public area for as long as you want. You are legally allowed to. Loitering, if you're going to do it, the more accurate way to do it is to do a trespassing.
Right.
And that has to be done either by the owner of the business.
Or with their permission.
By the owner of the business or his representatives. They have to ask the police to remove someone. The police cannot trespass someone on their own authority anywhere.
Right.
It is not legal.
Yeah. No, it's like with we have to deal with a lot of trespassing because we get a lot of homeless crackheads or homeless meth heads camping out in front of the store. And we don't ever call we'll call the police if we think that they need help. But usually we just tell them they have to go, and because some of the guys are pretty big, and if they make a complaint, so like, look, we're gonna, if you don't leave, we can call the cops and we'll get you on trespassing. But a lot of the homeless people that we've run into want to get picked up and taken to jail on trespassing because they've got a warm place to stay that night, which kind of sucks. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be nice if all the money we spent on foreign wars that are unnecessary and all the benefits to illegals that's unnecessary and all this shit, imagine if we put all that money towards our own homeless population instead. It just made me think of that. But yeah, so one of the biggest problems we had was we had these kids smoking pot behind the office, and just getting rid of them during school hours was always a real pain in the ass, because they got the person who lived behind us, they got their permission to hang out and smoke pot behind the office. Of course, the pot would go away by the time the cops showed up. Although, they could smell it, and it was sort of obvious that pot had been going on back there. And it was, dealing with that was a giant pain in the ass, because they would always scurry to just outside of our property line whenever they're doing their shenanigans and bullshit. Need 1,000 dudes. Alright, let's go and make ship happen.
Yeah, Mitchell, you can generally tell which ones the First Amendment auditors are there trying to score a buck, and which ones are legitimately trying to fight corruption / educating officers on how our rights have been established by law, by the tone of the word choice that the auditors use. It's generally not that hard.
Oh yeah, I've no doubt that there's some judges and police forces to where, yeah, are basically been overstepping their bounds and telling them that basically trying to clear them off and chase them away without any legal reason. Just what I'm saying, what I've seen past few years, tuning in, watch different auditors and like that, usually not the vast majority, like better than 90% of them that claim to be First Amendment auditors are just out there.
Oh my God!
To create a confrontation.
Hey guys, check out chat. Sorry to interrupt. Check out chat real quick. So Murdoch's like, the other day I caught 2 kids smoking pot behind the studio. 15 minutes later, my boss caught me and 2 kids smoking pot behind the studio.
Oh God. So they tried to bribe him.
Yeah, I'm actually really allergic to pot. It gives me, just if it's in the area, I got a bad headache. But if it's blown in my face, what's this like? Number 1, number 2, number 3? Is that just keeping track of what order the people commenting?
What?
So it's like Lieb got 75 experience and Murdoch got 75 experience, and it gave you 25 experience. I'm thinking to myself, what's this shit? And then how do I get back to my top fans? Okay, right on. I guess YouTube's keeping track of something now. I didn't realize I was important enough to get top fans.
Who knows with YouTube while they do anything?
One of these days, I got to get Bubba back on here, tell his story about how he got fired from the radio station back in the day. It involved a bunch of mostly naked women and rat traps. I'll let your imagination, and a whole lot of money, and I'll let your imagination wander about how mostly naked women, rat traps, a bunch of money, and a leaf blower got him fired. And
I wonder what it would show for me if I typed something in.
I don't know.
Ball in a getaway car.
I need to... I guess I could wait a few more turns. It's not like I'm going to do any major upgrading right now. So I've got in 4 turns. I've got the internal protection. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep doing this. So Spain, we can grab East Philippines for 18,000 tons. Let's grab East Philippines. And I would like East Philippines for 500, Alex. Let's do that.
Oh, I just pushed JP out of number 3.
Really? How do you do that? By
I just typed in test to see what it.
Oh, because you type more.
You
You typed in more letters. So if JP types 2 more letters, see what happens.
I guess it gives you like 25 XP per message there.
Yeah. So every time I start talking about anything even remotely controversial, I stop getting my videos promoted on people's pages. So, alright, so I need to get more dudes down here. So that's... Oh, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? Oh my god, you motherfuckers. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Really? Fucking really? Fucking... God damn it, now I'm gonna have to go sink all you motherfuckers, aren't I? Son of a bitch. Well, there's not that many of you, though. So I should be able to just take your asses out. So this one I'm getting. Alright, so... I'm going to leave... I need 50,000 tons... I need 51,000 tons here, so... Alright, so we're going to go try and take out this... 3 battleships. Five cruisers. Motherfucker. Alright, so we gotta go kill the... We gotta kill the fucking Korean Navy.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Alright, so you guys, we're gonna go attack you. Hopefully. And then these guys here, we're not...
Yeah, just wouldn't take any chances, even though that statement was entirely game-related. The way YouTube's algorithm is, you never know.
Motherfucker. Alright, so I need to leave at least 51,000 tons of guys. So we're gonna send... Oh. Alright, hopefully that will... Son of a bitch. Alright, so I need the 21,000 tons here. I don't have the tonnage to do this. Holy crap. Those fucking Koreans.
Didn't that one up in the, by itself up in the northeast, didn't it show it had like twice what you needed there? Or?
Yeah, I'm sending those, but now they have all these fucking ships activated. They've got so many fucking fleets here. And I'm going to end up running into all of them at once. I mean, unless I abandon these two and try and take this stuff. This is going to be a real pain in the ass. I'm going to build more Guardians. 80... 118. Yeah, I don't have enough to do that. Alright, so this is going to be Guardian 11, Guardian 12. And you boys are also both going to go to Helgoland, because at some point the British aren't going to let me just not go to war with them. And I am going to have to fight you. But soon I will be upgrading patrol ships. And in 2 to 4 months, I don't know if I'll have enough tonnage to do anti-flooding. I mean, I guess I could send over... Alright, you know what we're going to do? You guys are going to come over here and you're going to help me face fuck Korea, because... I'm not happy about this. And since Canada's behaving themselves right now...
You know, them sneaky Canadians, that might be what they're waiting on.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
into false sense of security.
You never know, but we're going to bring over enough tonnage. And what do we have here? And I've got 5 torpedo boats in the Pacific. Down here I've got 2 light cruisers. And yes, I don't have jack shit here. But that's okay, because they don't either. Did I forget to assign troops? Yeah, 100% Fed-proof my ass. Just wait till you meet a Fed whose kid plays Minecraft. No, that doesn't... I mean, the reality is, if the government thinks that you're actually going to cause trouble, they're going to find a way to screw you. Oh, man, that's a lot of fucking ships. I'll be right back. I'm going to stretch my legs for just a moment and contemplate my life decisions. I'll be right back. Alright, I have a plan. It's not a very good plan. It's the best plan I've got, though. So they can't be everywhere at once, so I'm just going to keep overwhelming them. And I'm going to keep running my ass away, because I'm not fighting all these fucking ships with 5 battleships. Although if I can take out a couple of torpedo boats or light cruisers or something along the way and get some experience, that wouldn't necessarily be bad.
Considering how well that idea has worked in the past, best start off with running away.
Yeah, no, we're gonna run away. But if some torpedo boats happen to wander too close, because I don't think this current configuration is... Shit, I'm already close enough to have to deal with them. And these ships here are... I mean, they're not great ships. I mean, these are not great ships. These are British. These are old British. Shit. I should just run all of them away individually instead of trying to turn around as a group. I mean, I hit them. I just don't know if I can hold up against them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Really? Fucking really? The fuck is that? I'm out of sight and you had a zero No. No. Hell no. You don't get lucky shots like that every fucking time. You don't just have a less than 1% chance to hit, and then just on your second shot get a critical hit on my ship. That's just dumb. Well, and the problem is it happens every fucking time just about.
Yep.
But it only happens at extreme range. If I close in to closer range, then they don't hit me so much. Until I get into point blank range. So that's... Remember that bug you talked about where once their chance to hit gets too low that it circles around and becomes like 100% or becomes really high?
Yep. And also vice versa. Yeah. Well, I hate to say it, but I need to get up at a fairly decent hour in the morning to finally get some stuff done here.
No problem.
And
I'm
I'm
gonna just murder German or murder Koreans. Murder
Yep.
Germans. Shit.
in Minecraft.
In Minecraft. in
So-
UAD.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to go ahead and call it a night there. Which I just marked how long we've been going, so
Right on.
I know where to pick up in the morning and watch.
2 hours and 32 minutes.
Yep.
Dude, I always find it amazing that people go back and watch the rest of my stream after they go to bed. I don't know why it's so interesting. It's just me like playing video games and bitching about stuff. We used to have this
well.
guy. We used to have this guy in World of Warcraft. As I was always yelling at him for standing in the fire. And I was like, "You stupid motherfucker! Do you stand in fire just because you like hearing me yell at you?" And then we had people who were like, "Yeah, we love it when you yell at because this guy was just such a dumbass. He got so drunk one night that he died early on, passed out. We killed the boss. He was the only person eligible to get who could use this item that dropped. It was like the best staff for his class in the game. So he woke up and found it in his inventory. And I'm like, you didn't do fucking anything. I should have taken and disenchanted it. But
Oh, I remember there years ago seeing the one video where the war cry of Leroy Jenkins came from.
I met somebody I met one of the people who was in that video at BlizzCon one year. Like, not like anybody important in the video, but like one of the background characters who went running on in. It was kind of staged.
Yeah, I kind of imagined there. Oh well. Yeah, good luck with taking care of the mass top Koreans there, and we'll see you tomorrow there.
All right, good night. Oh, here we go. Here I at least have a big chunk of ships. All right, this one we might fight out. We're gonna save this one. Good night, Mitchell.
Okay, night.
All right, let's go and see if I can. These are cadets. Their stuff kind of sucks. Now these guys, their cruisers are pretty good. And their light cruisers are... some of them suck. And some of them are good. They're all cadets, though. And my guys are green cadets, trained. Alright, this is gonna suck. This is what it's gonna do. It's gonna just suck. This is gonna be a big battle, but I need to knock out the Korean Navy so I can conquer their shit. Otherwise, I can just wait till all the tonnage comes over from Canada. But if I can knock out their ships, or a good chunk of their ships, that'll make everything a lot easier. So it's going to be a giant fucking battle, and I hate giant battles like this because it's always messy. I mean, I'm not that heavily outnumbered. At least it started me far away. I could do... How do I want to organize this? I want this to be somewhat compact, but I don't want... No, I'm going to have to manually control this. Alright, so you guys... are going to go like that. Let's do that. Is retreat that direction, really? Oh, so we are actually running away from them. Alright, that's okay. So we're gonna fall back. I guess I'll probably screen instead and see how this works out. Now, once we have these guys somewhat sorted out, we'll start to circle around a little bit, because we should be okay on fuel. Alright, so we see battleships. So there's your battleships over there. And these guys should not be great. These guys have kind of crap armor. I really don't want you guys anywhere close to that shit. Because these aren't even marked. No, they are marked 2. I mean, I could try to get in on them, but they're going to have a lot of smaller support ships that I don't want to deal with. And that is the problem. Yeah, go kill that light cruiser in particular. I would also like you to kill that light cruiser in particular. We'll just we're just going to kind of cruise along like this and see how this works out. I'm not super thrilled about all these battleships staring at me with their hungry eyes. What's the range on you? You've got a 9.6 kilometer range, and that is 8.9. So I'd like you to fire at him, and you're not going to be able to hit. .2. I'm not super sure. How well that's gonna work. I need to get you guys kind of moving in this way to take some of the heat off. And you guys need to start sort of fading back a bit. What kind of armor do you have? You have actually kind of good armor, but That's a lot of ships. That is an awful lot of ships. That is so many ships. Yeah, we just need to burn that guy down. Alright, we got one of their cruisers, so that's a start. These guys are getting kind of beat up. I sort of want you guys to fade to the other side of the battleship, so I don't know how to easily do that right now. Well, this might end up taking care of the dilemma for me. Alright, so you are going to cut that way. In fact, you need to cut that way also. And you guys... Yeah, you I really want to get out of there. These guys, I sort of want to turn around like that. And these guys, I kind of frankly want to... Well, I can keep going this way a little longer, but at some point soon I'll have to turn around. shit. Alright, let's go detach you. You're gonna turn this way. These guys, I think we're gonna turn... I'm still in a good spot. I'm going to have to turn you guys around and start covering, I think. Yeah, this is going to be a little... Motherfucker, really? Fucking really? Damn. Son of a bitch. I don't know why I'm taking so much damage from these guys. I'm not dishing it out very hard. I just need to get some distance. And you need to get some distance too. Man, I'm losing... I really don't want to be in knife fighting range. He lost all his secondary gun ammo, so that's not going to do a lot of good. I guess I can make another pass, because I don't want to get near the battleships. Is your armor bad? It's actually pretty fucking good, isn't it? Let's see if we can just keep hitting these guys. Yeah. Going that way. And these guys, I guess I'm going to kind of turn the corner here and just keep trying to hit them. Alright, hopefully that's going to do enough damage. So your 2-inch guns are done. That really sucks. You're going to sort of move off it this way. You are going to go kind of that way. Also, you're going to kind of go off that way. Take this guy out quick. Are you one of the bad armored people? Good. Good. Alright, so this is gonna be kind of tricky. Let's go nail him. And then you guys... I mean, some of these guys are, well, they're getting hit a little bit. What's with you? You're another bad armored ship. This is going to be problematic. You're busy pounding him. You guys need to double back around. You guys just getting all your 2-inch gun ammo just blown out. Fuck me. Fuck me. I don't think this is working. I think I need a different strategy. I mean, I should have the firepower to take all these guys out. I might need the cruisers to tank, because these battleships seem to be surprisingly squishy. There's something not right working out with these. Because I'm losing a lot of battleships and my cruiser doing the heavy lifting, it seems. Yeah, this isn't working very well. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Because something's not. And I might just be too tired to pull this off. Unless I just have to run away from the Koreans, and I mean, that might just be the strategy, just keep running away. But I need to break their fleet if I'm going to... And these are all good patrol ships. I mean, all my guys are good. I really don't want to have to run them away. I may not have a choice. Because that is an awful lot of Korean ships. But my battleships are just getting pounded too hard. Those secondary guns in the back, I'm just, I'm getting the ammo detonations once they hit those things. And then I'm running out of secondary guns really quick. So I need to keep the battleships further away. Or I keep running away from them, and I just use the tonnage. Because they have an awful lot of ships. I may just call it a night because I'm tired too. It's already, oh shit, it's already 2 in the morning. This is a lot more ships than I really wanted to. It's a lot more ships than I really want to fight. The smart thing to do would be to just muscle them down with tonnage, and I'd have to redo some of the invasions is the problem. Whereas if I can break the fleet, I can salvage the invasions. So we're gonna try it one more time. Alright, so let's start by retreating everybody and getting a little bit of distance. And then once we have everybody kind of in a line, then we can... Alright, then we can try and engage. So we're actually going to use the cruisers to spot. Have you guys follow them. And you guys are going to double back and scout. But the problem is I still have really short-range guns. These guys are really not... Well, I mean, they can do a pitched battle, but they're not... They're not really ideal for it. Alright, so here's the battleships right there. So let's go... I want to keep you guys a little bit away. And we just want to keep our distance. And these guys do not have great armor. It's 10 kilometers away, wow. I really need to redo these guys with the 7-inch guns. If it'll even let me do that. Alright, so you guys are all hopefully coming to play. And if I can do enough of a fighting withdrawal and drag you guys into it, away from your battleships, maybe I can get you guys to chase me away, which would be really great if you're dumb enough to do it. So we're just going to be patient. We're going to play a little cat and mouse game, and hopefully I can get you guys away from the battleships. Is your armor garbage? No, it's not garbage. Well, maybe we can hit this guy hard enough to make a difference. Do any of these guys have garbage armor? These guys are all really good. You over there, you are also good. Alright, we're gonna come across a bunch of these guys. But if I got these 7 cruisers isolated, then I can pick them off. Because the rest of their ships are back there, so I've got a little bit of a local advantage, I think, if we... about it. Shit. Yeah, I'm starting to take a little bit of damage. How far away is that? 7.4, and my gun's here, 8. Can I stack these up any? Not really. Alright, time for you to start to leave. Alright, well, you guys can't really do much of anything about it. I'll just nail this guy and hope it works. You know, I think I could have you follow. We're gonna turn you like this. We're just gonna do that. There we go. Have some damage. Get some. Get some. Alright, so that's... They're taking it pretty hard. It would be nice if that ship were to sink. Hey, Marty! Alright, so these guys, we're slowly whittling these guys down. If I can just take out these cruisers, I think I would be happy enough. And then this individual guy, you are going to follow And we got one of them. And we managed to not get swarmed, which is really good. Well, you guys are more than welcome to hop into Discord with me, keep me company, while I try and take out these Korean ships. That guy's just about dead, so it'd be nice if I could finish him off. So, this time I got kind of lucky. I was able to outmaneuver the Korean fleet, and they're sort of out of position. I'm not so sure about this guy. It may be a mistake for me to have you following along. Actually, does he have any ammo? No, he still has ammo. Alright, so... yeah, they're gonna shoot at that dude. And he's almost dead. Bobber wrecked. Yeah. I really do need another hit on that guy to finish him off. Another good one. Yeah, those light cruisers are way... Alright, so you are not conducting yourself well. We need to, yeah, you need to leave. You're not holding up. That was a mistake, bring him back into the fight. Holy shit, that was a mistake indeed. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck a duck. You guys fighting for the position? When did they start this position thing? I don't remember that happening. Is this new? Alright, well, at least these guys are... yeah, I think having the cruiser screen this time was the better idea. Although I am worried about this guy over there, but I don't want to... Now I could try and turn around and finish these guys off. I'm going to take a quick potty break, so give me just a minute, guys, and I'll be right back. Because this battle's turning into a bit of a long one. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Let's... I'm really kind of out of range of these guys. And it might be worth turning back around and trying to jump them. I've got these two cruisers here. These guys are reasonably tough. I think what I want to do is I think I want to have you guys turn around trying to finish these guys off. And then you guys... Take care, Marty. Take care, not Marty. What's this cruiser here? Is that one of the... That's another good one. Let's go tear up these two cruisers in particular. Now, as far as these light cruisers go, these guys are the ones that have shit armor. How are you doing? You're doing fine. You're still kiting them away. And you are doing just fine. Be really nice if you'd sink. Pretty please sink. That is a rough fight. The problem is I'm diving into the thick of all this, and I don't really want to do that. I mean, he's still going over there. I'm going 11 knots. I don't know why they're going so slow. But I don't want to get right back into the thick of this all. Alright, you took it a little bit too hard. And I think we're going to turn you sharply around. You're going to try and finish this guy off. Actually, this guy... No, these guys are going to go up here. You're going to finish them off. You guys are going to keep going like that, because you're going to start dealing with those light cruisers soon. You're going to... Oh, that's going to really suck if we... Yeah, we're turning around this way. We're going to just nail the crap out of that guy. I think you guys need to turn around and cover this also. Alright, so he's gonna get shot up. I don't really want to... Oh wait, he's out of torpedoes. I can just circle him around this way and gank him at close range. That's how we're gonna do it. Alright, so he's going to eventually go down. Do I double back and deal with these cruisers, or I keep circling around this way? The problem is, Home Slice is going to have trouble. You need to start angling more this way and getting away from that pack of cruisers. Angry light cruisers. And you're just kind of going and hoping people ignore you. That guy is going to probably go down on his own accord. So we could fire main guns into him, and we can just start dropping secondaries in there. Alright, so we're slowly whittling these guys down. Really? What did you get overpenned? Alright, so... Oh, boy. Alright, so we got that. Alright, so what are we going to go for next? I don't like this blob of light cruisers here. That's going to be troublesome. You've got bad armor, I think. Yeah, you've got bad armor. This guy, he's out of torpedo, so we can rush him and take him out. These guys, we're going to have to... Yeah, we'll have to kind of circle up like this. And we're going to put... everything into there. And let's just see if we can just explode some of those guys. Alright, this is actually a big fucking problem right here, because I've got all this stuff coming this way. And I do not really want to deal with it, so let's pump the secondary guns into you, see if we can sink you. You're coming in a little bit like that, and you're going to be playing it more kind of straight up. I mean, the ones that are injured right now, honestly, they're not that big of a threat. And I just need to start mobility kill. Well, he still has guns that he can fire. Here, go put the main guns on you and the secondaries on you. Alright. And then this guy, he's just riding off in the sunset. Everybody's forgotten about him. He's good. And everybody's kind of forgotten about you too. I think that you can probably turn this way, and people aren't going to really think too much of you either. That's good. You guys, I should probably level you out. I can probably keep you running. Now you're... I think we go like that. Just slowly grinding away. I would really like... What's the range on you? 8.3. Oh, look at all this stuff right here. Can we fire secondaries into you? Whew. Alright. Oh man. This is a tricky fight. I need you guys to be a little closer and fire that way. Need you guys to also be a little bit closer. I'm just going to leave you to your own devices. You're going pretty quick. I could have you try to rejoin the fight. You're just leaving. That's good. You're leaving. we're just gonna pump everything we've got into you, please. Well, that's good. Those battleships are getting a lot closer than I'd like. Those battleships are definitely closer than I want them to be. I could try to run away at this point. I have killed a number of them. He's on low fuel. He's 8 kilometers away. Can we put something like that? And then these battleships. Let's have you follow you. Thing is, I don't want to get too close to the battleships, 'cause that's going to be really problematic. On the other hand, I am whittling them down. What's the range on that? 9.6? Eight 8.1, 8.3. Let me try that. Let's see if we can do a bunch more damage here and take some of these guys out. Well, that's a couple of big hits I don't want to be taking. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. Alright. Hopefully we will hit chunks and chunks of ships. Yeah, when they're all clustered up like that, they're easy to hit because missed shots still have to land somewhere. So that's... we're definitely getting a chunk of them. Alright, we got a couple more cruisers. So we are slowly whittling these guys down. It's just it sucks. Let's see if we can take out... oh, you know what we got? We got an opportunity right here. These two ships... are clustered together. They might be too far away to hit, though. Nope, they're not. There we go. Let's light those up. So you're going after that. Now the problem is their battleships are coming. I've been trying to avoid them the whole battle. What I'm hoping I can do is just keep running this way long enough. Where are you at? You are You're leaving. That's good. You don't want to be part of this. So you're out of the way. Okay, so our injured ships are getting away, so that's good. You guys are targeting stuff. We're locking onto targets. We're hitting what we have to. We're being very successful in our shots. Now the problem is those battleships closing in behind me are going to be really troublesome. They are not that far away. Now these battleships, they've got pretty good shots, and I don't know what I'm going to do about them because I don't have, and they're 17.8 knots. They can keep up with me. Alright, you guys are going to go like that. You guys are going to go like that. I hope I have enough ammo for all this. That's the other big problem I'm going to run into. So what I'm going to do about ammo. I would prefer not to fight all those battleships. You have torpedoes, you do not, and you have torpedoes. I would prefer that you fire your secondaries at them and your main guns here. Alright. took a hit. So the real question is, do I want to try and nail these guys? They've got a reasonable gun. They've got a reasonable main gun. They've got a lot of secondaries that are chunky. They've got a rather considerable amount of crappy armor. That is a lot of crappy armor. Well, this battle's been going on for like an hour. I don't know if I want to fight these guys or not. I really kind of just want to take these guys out and bail, but I still have ammo for my main guns on these guys. They're all out. This guy is out of ammo. Well, not completely, but he is hurt. Alright, so all the cruisers are dead. Now it's just the torpedo boats and the battleships. I'm going to think about what I want to do, and I'll be right back. Whew, it's long battle. Alright, I'm back, and I have a snack, because I'm getting hungry, because this battle's taken forever. Oh, man. Emergency gamer snacks. Very, very important. So give me just one moment here. Yeah, summer sausage makes great gamer snacks. It's not that awful for you. It lasts a long time. You don't have to cook it. Alright, what am I going to do here? So I've managed to take out all their stuff. All their cruisers for the most part. They might have a couple more hiding somewhere. You know what? I need something to drink too. Give me one more moment. I'll grab a Coke. Alright, so I've got that torpedo boat left. I've got these 6 battleships. These battleships are not great. They are still battleships. Got this torpedo boat. I might have a light cruiser somewhere. I don't have any main gun ammo left on my battleships. I have some 2.9s. I might be able to burn them down. I've got my cruisers, but up to this point I've been avoiding the battleships. The conservative thing to do would be to avoid them. Green cadets trained. Okay, so they got a mix of stuff. The battleships go about the same speed as me. There's no guarantee I could escape. They're all the same. Many bulkheads. The aft belt is where they're weak. So I could tear them up in the back. What I might be able to do, I wish I could save it right now, because the battle's been awesome up to this point. Brown powder and gun cotton. The problem is one good hit and I'm done for. This guy's low on fuel. I could try to drag the Bowser. They've got better to hits than me. They're going 17.2. And kind of a mixed bag. If I tried to fight them, I would have to brawl. I'd have to tank them with my battleships, with the assault ships, which are reasonably tough. I've got better armor than they do. Granted, their main guns can munch right through my armor. And my cruisers would have to come in from behind. Or we get out. I think if sinking this torpedo boat lets me end the battle, I think I end the battle. Ouch. That fucking sucks. That changed everything. Because I don't think you're getting away. Now I could hit him from the front also. Their forebelt's not... I really want to hit him from the back. So what we're going to do... I'm going to detach you. That didn't work out quite as well as I had hoped. Alright. And this is not enough to end it, is it? No, it is not. So, here we are. Now, fortunately, I have really good front armor. kind of want you guys to focus on that one. I really don't like how this is going. Well, maybe this will work. Okay, so if we can tie them up into a clusterfuck, maybe. Maybe we can make this work. So keep the main guns on you and the secondaries firing in here. Let's see if we can just surround these guys. Because there's no getting out of this now. We're committed to the brawl. Which, that's just what it is. Hopefully these cruisers are really tanky. Definitely turning into a clusterfuck. Let's do that. Let's go put the secondaries into you. Alright, this is where your iron armor is going to have some problems, because I am going to just tear you up now if I can, because I'm not getting out of this alive if I don't. Now you're in relatively good shape. You might get away, actually. I mean, I could chase him down, but I need to finish off all these guys. So... yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to do that. You're just going to keep on... you got 71s to hit. Alright, well... you guys cannot be doing well at all. This has got to really suck. I shouldn't change targets mid-fight, but... let's have you guys go finish him off. So we're going to nail you in the back. Actually, nail that guy. You guys nail him. You're gonna start leaving because you're Alright. How are you doing? Are you... You are hurting him, but not a lot. Alright. There we go. Korea does not need a navy after all. These two guys are really beat up. So I'm gonna leave it to Alright. Yeah, these guys are just gonna chew them up. .97s to hit. Holy crap. Alright. Go get them. Because at this range, I'm not missing. I'm going to chew right through your iron armor. Alright, so now you guys go screen this ship. Not that they're going to get back into the fight anytime soon because they're a little far away, but alright, there we go. Holy shit! That was a fight. Oh my god, I got 30 ships. Killed 13,000 crew. Wow, look at all that. We wrecked them. All my ships better gotten their 25 experience. All got their 25 experience. Alright, good job, my team. Wow. Alright, that was like an hour-and-a-half long battle. This is why I don't like big battles like that. Holy crap. Alright, I'm going to save it. Oh, goodness. I'm going to go auto-resolve that, and auto-resolve that. I don't know if I want to fight that or not. .16 knots. These guys are Alright, let's do it. I don't think I can top that battle. That's a really good ending spot, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. But if this is a quick battle, we'll knock this out, sink the French ship. Oh my goodness. Alright, so the problem with this guy is this French ship has big guns. And he probably doesn't have shit armor. Well, there's 7 of me. Alright, let's see what this guy has. He has really good armor on his main belt, and the rest of it's not so great. Mark 1 guns, all Mark 1 guns, no tarting black powder. Alright. And he's low on fuel. So the aft belt is preferable. There's a lot of guns coming at me that I'm a little worried about. But if I can keep going on this course, I'll end up behind him. And then he will be in trouble. And my front armor is okay. Oh shit. That's not good. That's not good. That's really, really bad. I might have to redo this. That was really bad. Now he's recovering. Yeah, my 6-inch gun just cooked off. But now you're in my world. I'm surprised not taking that much damage. You're getting a lot of hits. We're gonna keep on going in behind you, where your armor is the weakest. A lot of guys there. But we're gonna drill you right in the ass. go. Everybody's getting some. Now we're going to get you in the front if we can. Alright, not as well as I had hoped, but it worked. This guy got hurt. Patrol 84, huh? Use veterans too. Well, alright. We certainly got him, so no more battleship for you. I guess I better just wrap all these up just so I don't have to worry about it next time. Alright, let's go find this thing. Alright, let's see, what do you got? You're squishy everywhere. Oh, excuse me. Ow. This guy's definitely not as tough as I want him to be. There we go. Alright, so that took care of that. Saved a whole bunch of crew. And we lost only 2 transports, that's good. Sure, you could have some torpedo boats. Alright, so we have a bunch of troops, or a bunch of dudes that we need to put onto ships. And I forgot to do it last time, I think. No, maybe we're good. I don't see anybody mothballed. Repairing. Alright, oh. Alright, so there we go. That looks good. I need to suspend one of the ships I'm building. There we go. That looks much better. And then let's go check the research real quick. One more turn until we get the engines. I've got the 7-inch guns. Just out of curiosity, I wonder if the 7-inch guns will fit on this ship. I could go capped, I could go. So part of the problem is that this will not. I could do that, which would be pretty awesome. And this makes the ship way overweight. I mean, I could have these 7-inch guns. I mean, it makes it a little on the heavy side. But that would be pretty badass. What kind of range do these have? These would have a range of 14.6 kilometers, as opposed to a 13.8. So it's a possibility. We'll have to see how much tonnage the engine will save me. But I'm tired, and that battle really took a lot out of me. So we're gonna call it a night. But that was fun. This is a lot of fun. Didn't really plan on playing this long, but I couldn't just stop at mid-battle. So thanks for watching, guys. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Good night.